with the Globe and Mail newspaper. I'm a print journalist, not quite as polished as Nick Schiffer, who showed us how a real moderator gets things done yesterday. But we're here with a remarkable panel today of people who I will introduce in a minute. I just wanted to say our topic is democracy equals justice. And part of the way I'm going to interpret that is I'm going to do the audience justice by giving you as much time to ask questions as we can. You've come a long way, and I'm far more interested in what you have to say than what I have to ask. There's one attraction in Taipei or south of Taipei that is not on the tourist itinerary. It's a collection of statues of Chiang Kai-shek, the former dictator. They have been removed from public places as part of Taiwan's re-examining of its martial law past and placed appropriately sort of in essentially a surplus position. There's circles of Chiangs looking at each other. There's Chiangs lined up like they're waiting for the bus. There's just so many of them, they don't know what to do with them. And that's the sort of thing a democracy does. It separates itself from its authoritarian past in a way that the PRC has never done. Never any public examination of the errors and problems with the Great Leap Forward or the Cultural Revolution or so on. Anyways, I just wanted to mention that if you ever get a chance to go there, it's quite delightful. The proper place for a dictator is lined up in a park with likenesses of yourself. So we have a remarkable panel here today. I will introduce them, and then I'll ask one quick question, and we'll go to the audience after that. So this is the newly minted Deputy Foreign Minister, Chen Ming-chi. This is his first public appearance, and he is responsible for, as I understand it, North America and Latin America and the Caribbean. So have at him if you've got questions about that. He previously was the Chief Executive Officer of the Institute for National Defense and Security Research. Prior to that, at the Mainland Affairs Council, and a distinguished academic career before that. We also have Nancy Okail here. She is the president and CEO of the Center for International Policy. She's a leading scholar, policy analyst, and advocate with 25 years of experience. Before coming to the United States, she was a director of Freedom House's Egypt program, and she was one of 43 NGO workers convicted and sentenced to prison in a widely publicized 2012 case for allegedly using foreign funds to foment unrest in Egypt. And finally, we have Jonas Parello-Plesner. He is a former Danish diplomat. He's a Danish security policy analyst right now, who is the executive director of the Alliance of Democracies. He has written a book recently, published a book called The Battle for Taiwan, which talks about Taiwan resilience to Chinese attacks in different domains. And again, lots to talk about here. You might want to ask him about Greenland as well. But before I start, I just want to inject a bit of Canadianness into this. I, of course, am a journalist who's worked for many years, and I've come to appreciate and value the Canadian-American partnership and the like-mindedness with which we pursue international goals. I am very concerned about Mr. Trump's approach to Canada and the way it's undermining support for the United States and Canada. A poll came out a couple of days ago, which is shocking. It says that 27% of Canadians now consider the United States the enemy. 27%. 30% see it as neutral, only 30% see it as an ally. So this booing at hockey games you've heard about is only the surface of something quite discouraging. And if Canada is forced to look for new trade partners and allies, I worry it could undermine joint collaboration on China and on Taiwan. If we need to find other trading partners, how could that affect our ability to interact when it comes to Asia Pacific? But that's not why we're here. We're here to talk about Taiwan, and I think I'll start with a question to the Deputy Minister. I'll keep it short, and then we'll again, one question each, and we'll go right to the crowd. Can I ask you, what do you think are the critical challenges that Taiwan faces in preserving its democratic institutions today?
I think the biggest challenge for Taiwan nowadays, without doubt, that we have a very strong and powerful adversary across the strait. That is not only confront us militarily, but also confront us from within. They are putting all the influence it can do so as to sort of influence our public opinion and leverage our freedom democracy to its advantage. I think this is our biggest challenge for now, and we have been fighting that. We are trying to safeguard our hard-earned democracy. With the help of our international allies, friends around the world, we will be more able to do that. But we hope that that kind of determination and the clear mind to understand the essence of the CCP can still be there in this turbulent time. So we will work to share with our family, with our friends, and like my partner, to strengthen that.
Nancy, you've worked on issues of peace and security for a quarter century, and you've personally experienced injustice in your prison sentence in Egypt for promoting democracy. So how central is justice to peace and security? And Trump sees himself as a deal maker or a peace broker. Is his international approach one that would truly lead to peace?
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me and having us in Taipei and your incredible hospitality. And since I arrived here and all the conversation yesterday, it's really admirable to see the Taiwanese democracy at play. It was just like seeing yesterday a sitting president and a former president in the same space. And this is not just about optics, it's beyond that. Because you can only do that if you have a level of confidence in your legitimacy. And legitimacy has like different factors and different pillars that relies on a democratic setup, elections, but the core value and the core element that maintains legitimacy is a just society. And this is really the main line of defense against anything. I mean, we've heard yesterday, of course, legitimate concerns about like the situation and security of Taiwan and the need to increase the defense budget by 3%. It's understandable. I mean, like, to say the least, I mean, the United States is not seen a very reliable partner right now, and not just because of the foreign policy of the United States and its policies that are being, I mean, just like unfolding since Trump became president, but also the internal policies as well. I mean, yesterday, there was an announcement out of many that we hear every day that there will be a cut of 8% in the defense budget, and then a few hours later it was like reallocation of the defense budget. So, I mean, the least we can say, it wouldn't be an overstatement to say like there is a concern about the United States as a reliable partner, and that's why it's understandable also the increase of the defense budget by 3%. However, you can have the most and the strongest military, but if your society is susceptible to external influence, and that can only happen when you don't have a just society, you don't have an inclusive democracy where everyone has a stake in maintaining the solidarity and the situation as it is. And I heard a lot yesterday, and we all say this is like, we're a small country versus a big country, and I think we mistakenly mix that, a small and a big country, between a fragile and a strong country. There are big countries that are very fragile because of like the very narrow power circle that they have and the repressiveness of the way they rule. And that makes their people more susceptible to any external effects. We've talked, I mean, again, legitimately about concerns about the internet and misinformation and social media and what we're going to do about it. And we can ban TikTok and we can have all sorts of safeguards that we think around that. But that's not going to protect or prevent any influence. I mean, like with the panel in the morning, I mean, the legislator here, I mean, explained like the different ways that China is luring, I mean, young Chinese into going there and giving them money. And that is a reflection of why the issue of legitimacy and the issue of sovereignty and their relationship to justice is not just about justice, and it's not just about economic independence, because this is a factor that we talked about, over the past 24 hours. But economic independence alone does not guarantee sovereignty. Economic equality does. That does not make, the youth of Taiwan susceptible to luring, or any malicious ways from different governments that attract them to somewhere that they think have better opportunity. And it's really, honestly, admirable to see the transitional justice program in Taiwan, and it's a crucial step that unfortunately many countries that go through transition, they skip that one, and it leads to instability. And I think this is great to have that. But at the same time, also, the fact that we're having an inclusive democracy, and I understand it's not perfect, but what's important for people to understand that there is a way towards perfection, towards getting better, to becoming more inclusive, and that's the most important and strongest defense against any other external factors. And to your question about Trump, that's why, Trump is presenting himself as a peacemaker and a deal breaker, and he's eyeing the Nobel Prize. If he is able to do that, that's great. However, one of the problems of the approach of Trump is his transactional way that is based on a business-oriented vision that factors out the people. We're going to Saudi Arabia talking to Putin without, the understanding of the agency of the Ukrainians, for example. The same thing. It was like going to Saudi Arabia and talking to different leaders without including the Palestinians. And even if this works at the beginning, let's say we had some pressure to accepting the rare minerals deal, or another pressure here to have more tariffs. It can happen, but will never be durable and would not lead to durable peace. And that's why the investment in people and civil society is the most crucial way to guarantee a durable peace.
Jonas, we saw Mr. Trump exclude the Ukrainians from peace talks recently. You have just published a book, The Battle for Taiwan, how Taiwan enhances its resilience to Chinese pressure in a number of domains. You also in the book talk about links between Taiwan and Ukraine. Can you expand on that?
Well, thank you, Stephen. And thanks, first of all, to Halifax, to Peter for including me here. I really appreciate that. And to Robert Tsao as well, who have benefited from a previous visits here to the island to speak to, both on semiconductors, but also on an area that you didn't touch upon. You've also worked in civil defense, where you've been really instrumental in helping set up much more robust structures here in Taiwan, something that maybe we will return to in the talk as well. And also let me say from the Alliance of Democracies Foundation how aligned we are in the mission of defense of frontline democracies, both Ukraine and Taiwan. So I wanted maybe to share a personal story from two interviews I did here in Taiwan with Jack and Tony. Very ordinary Taiwanese young men, but both of them had gone to Ukraine immediately after the war started in February to fight for Ukrainian forces, and with the clear motivation, and I think that's why the personal story speaks to us. Particularly, Jack said to me, if I'm not part of helping stop Russia and Ukraine, I know that Taiwan will be next on sort of the dictator's menu, so that's why it's really important for me. Tony, who's a butcher from Taoyuan and who had never been outside Taiwan, he's never been to Europe, he doesn't speak, of course, any Ukrainian, speaks very little English as well. So I asked him at a certain point during the interview, how does this sort of work out for you? How were you able to do that? And how were people able to understand even that you were there to help. And then he says, I found very touching, he says, if you come to show compassion, if you come to show solidarity, you don't need a language. Ukrainians understood immediately why I was there and let me help. So I wanted to bring their stories into the mix because we've been talking about Taiwan and Ukraine in different ways and comparisons, but here I think you have personal stories that basically bind these two fights. Ukraine, of course, in the ongoing war, and Taiwan, of course, knock on wood, not under attack, but being under sort of continuous pressure, military exercises, intimidation from China. So I think their stories is also really part of what binds us together in this room as a community in the defense of democracy and freedom. So that's why I wanted to bring their stories into the mix. And then last, before I turn it back to you, Stephen, I just also wanted to acknowledge the many members here in the After Democracy community, particularly the people that fight for their rights. So I'm really delighted to see Lobsang from the Tibetan community. I'm just delighted to see Roshan, Abbas, see others from the Uyghur community. I also, but now I don't see you because of the light, but I saw a lot of my Hong Kong friends as well, and Kwok was here just earlier. So I think this is also big testimony to Taiwan's freedom, that people that want freedom inside China, this is also where they can gather. It's in Free Taiwan, and I'm really delighted that you're all here, particularly at a time where there's a hard situation for the democracy community overall with funding dwindling, particularly from the US government. So it's wonderful to see all of you, and I think it's very fitting to make a shout out to you in this session when it's democracy equals justice. Your fight is about justice.
Very much. Do we have a microphone, or how is it working here? I can't see anybody. Oh, we're open for questions. How about Roland over here? Yes, Roland with the red tie.
Hi, Roland Paris from the University of Ottawa in Canada. Question for Dr. Chen. It's good to see you. The United States is the indispensable partner for Taiwan, but there are many people here from different countries, and I wonder if you would tell us what are the most important ways that all of the rest of us can be supporting Taiwan right now?
I think while the United States, can I answer that?
Absolutely.
Or tag out too. I think the U.S. is now taking a break from the global society of democracy. That's okay. I mean, probably they have shouldered too much burden, but it's time now for the rest of us to step forward and stand for each other. I think that is, the spirit is very important, and we'd like to see there is more support for democracy around the world, especially those countries who are at the front line, fighting the expansion of authoritarianism. So that's very important, show support. Secondly, provide muscle and provide a resource so that we can sustain the people's effort to safeguard their democracy and freedom. I think that is the spirit. For Taiwan, in the past few years, we have received a lot of support from our genuine friends. We appreciate that, and we want to you all to spread the word. Your understanding of CCP, your understanding of the authoritarian ruler around the world, and shape the public perception about the value of democracy, about the value to fight authoritarian expansion. I think otherwise we might be all swallowed by this authoritarianism. I never thought when I was studying in the United States that one day we have to put in effort to safeguard democracy. We always thought that democracy is something in the end in itself, and it will sort of, can protect itself. But no, recently facing the, we saw that with the sheer power of democracy, it will prevail. But that's not something that can be taken for granted now. So I think that is very important. So spread the word. Democracy is important. Freedom matter, and also stand up for each other. This is why, even though it's possibly not that popular now, but we are still willing to say that we support Ukraine in its fight for its own sovereignty, its own democracy, and its freedom.
Thanks very much. The gentleman behind, is it Kim?
Thank you, Stephen. Jim Boutillier, previously with the Canadian Department of National Defense. My question is principally to the Foreign Minister, but to a degree to our Danish colleague as well. In the communications age, controlling the narrative is the high ground. And the Chinese, as you're well aware, have been adept at promoting a triumphalist view that the United States, by its very nature, is in a state of terminal decline. And recently, the elevation of Mr. Trump to the White House for a second time has raised questions about American reliability. Would you say that as an exercise in cognitive dissonance that the Chinese are making inroads in terms of the confidence that the average Taiwanese has in the reliability of the United States? And you may have some observations as well on the basis of your experience. Thank you.
Yes, being the communists, they are so good at this. They want to divide us from within. They want to weaken us from within. I think that's something that we should be very aware of. And in the past few years, we have been fighting that. We are fighting that not to censor the different view. We know this is a free society. The different opinions should be competing on the market. We are fighting this by, as I told many of our friends, visitors, that we, at our side of story, we want to enhance the freedom of speech, not take things out of the market. So we certainly worry, but we want to tell our young people, we want to increase their media literacy. And we also want to help, not only our own. We know that China is projecting its influence, not limited to Taiwan, but to our neighbors, to the world. So that's why at the Foreign Ministry, we engage actively in the GCTF framework so that we can help our friends to enhance the media literacy. Don't forget that China is are very actively spreading the rumors about Japan, even about the treated nuclear wastewater, and that is a narrative that are building. I think CCP is very good at this. They believe that building a narrative is the number one before they launch any military action. So we have to be very clear about that, and we have to come up with a way to respond to that. And the best way is have our side of story heard. And serving in the government in the past few years, I was the one who sort of tried to tell my colleague. The thing is that we have to strengthen our effort in policy communication. Not everything is about disinformation, although we know there are disinformation. But the thing is, what really matters is how much effort you put into communication. So again, if we believe that democracy is a better model, then why don't we start to talk about democracy and how wonderful it is? It was a hope. From my own experience of fighting the authoritarian ruler in my college year, we know firsthand that like you are fighting in democracy in Egypt, and that's something we aspire of. That is something we really want. We want to tell those friends who have been enjoying democracies for so long and so into the trap of complacency that democracy matters. And think about that one day if you are deprived of a democracy and freedom, what would life would be? So I think that's important, and we'd like to help.
Thanks very much. It was a great question. Obviously, Mr. Trump is making it easier for the whataboutists in the world. Any non-Canadians want to ask a question, or we got just going to be a Canadian session? Down here.
Thank you so much. So I'm Yamamoto from Japan Sasuke Peace Foundation. Yesterday and today I discussed about that democracy, and I am very clearly understand that Japan, Taiwan is we are the front line of the democracy community. So we have a good alliance partner, so the United States. So I will totally agree. But on the other hand, so the front line of the democracy country is not only Japan, Taiwan. So the Philippines, Indonesia, Singapore, and so on. So, but I understand. But unfortunately, the China, so try to effort to expand the influence for the global South, including the Southeast Asia countries. So, how Taiwan's government effort to share the keep the partners, including the Philippines, Vietnam, and other South China Sea countries. So please ask my question. This is my question. Thank you.
To me?
So is the question, how is Taiwan helping to
Long time no see.
fill the gap left by the United States, or, okay.
Certainly, we used to saw that the U.S. will be here and will team up with Taiwan to help our neighbors. Probably the U.S. currently has, is in the time taking a break and some reflection. It will come back. We are confident. But meantime, we have to, before the new administration in the United States, I always advocate that we should build make our bilateral relationship or multilateral relationship resilient of American political change. I think this is time to test our determination. Are we genuine about the regional alliance? For example, I think Japan and Taiwan can team up and help our friends in the Philippines. They are facing the challenge. They are facing the maritime challenge from China on a daily basis. So in Taiwan, we are willing to help, and we are helping. We are helping their Coast Guard. We are helping their Coast Guard to have a more modern equipment so as to respond to the China challenge on the maritime domains. I think that is one spirit and one example. And also we want to build stability and prosperity to Northern Luzon, because we understand that it's very important to us geopolitically. We believe that, as you mentioned, that a democracy should build upon a just society. A just society that is equal. Everyone has an equal chance. And we believe in investing in the community, investing in the civil society. So that's why we are strengthening Philippines' civil society, especially in the Northern Luzon. It's not only about the security cooperation. It's about community to community, people to people, civil society organization to civil society organization. So Japan, Taiwan, and other fellow democracies, we can help. We can fill in the gap. We can fill in the vacuum.
Nancy, or Jonas, do you have anything to add?
Sure. I mean, I can't agree more with what you have just said, because again, like, this is the most important and guarantor for support and democracy, because the other impact that Trump's foreign policy is sending out is that chilling effect around many countries around the world, that even before they get pressured They try to fall in line because they don't want to wake up in the morning and be slammed with, 25% tariffs. And that has an effect that would somehow, even if not intentionally, would support transnational repression. And that would lead, those leaders would not side with countries like Taiwan. And I want to read to you just like a quote from a Republican member of Congress, anonymously in Politico, said something just, hours ago. It said, they had to learn, and this is about the Ukrainians, they had to learn the hard way that criticizing Trump publicly is just going to backfire in a big way. So these messages is really, it goes beyond just the boasting and the energy of we can do everything in America first and all this. It does send this chilling effect. And the only counter force to that is actually, as you rightly, spot on mentioned, it is the people, not the governments and the presidents, because you can have them as like an alignment with a democracy like the United States, a very established one, and wake up in the next day and you don't have a friendly president, or at least not as reliable as you had. Is the power of the people that would actually lead to put pressure to continue to provide this support and push their governments towards a different, because again, like that chilling effect that pushes for transnational repression, it goes well beyond that. Countries that used to ban surveillance technology, would be feeling more free to do that. People who had like repressive approaches and were like shying away from it would be able to go on and do the same. So I think you just like really agree with you on that, and this is really crucial.
Thanks, Tim. Well, I think you put it well. So I would actually return to the question you had on pro-CCP narratives, and I think we should, as the Vice Minister was saying, be really bold. One, first, of course, insist on our own freedom of speech. And then also, therefore, I want to maybe highlight another local Taiwanese, Ming-chi, who did as a sort of enlightened Chinese on the mainland about Taiwanese democracy. He did end up in jail for it, for things that he'd put on Facebook. But I still think that sort of shows how afraid, basically, even though we often talk about the CCP as almighty and powerful, they're used to a controlled society, so they don't actually function always that well in open societies. They try, but they're much more used to that. So that's also their reaction. So I think we should also take the battle to their home ground, which we've forgotten for a while, because we now only keep talking about, which is an important topic as well, how can we get penetrated by CCP narratives, but I think a little bit more confidence, and then actually more trust in people like Ming-chi that actually go out and try to tell the Chinese about there are other options, way to live your society. It doesn't have to be this way controlled by one party. So that was maybe my point to you on that.
Thanks a lot. We'll go to Doken here.
Hi, I'm Dolkun Issa. I'm the former president of the World Uyghur Congress. We know that Taiwan had very nice experience transition from authoritarianism to democracy, and at the same time also maintain economic development. But we have seen some other countries, particularly in Central Asia, for example, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, they are also after the Soviet Union collapse, they are starting democracy. We have, that time we can imagine, we thought this country also some democratic process. But this transition we can see now after 35 years, more than 30 years, this not successfully, not going back. More authoritarians, maybe a lot of reasons. What is the reason? Why? Is Taiwan so successfully? So other region, other country not successfully? And another question, how big, and this, because of the Taiwan transition, civil society playing major role. And what is your suggestion to the civil society, to other authoritarian country to peace transition? Thank you.
Taiwan's democratization took a very different path from other transitions. We don't seek some immediate result. With patience, we gradually build a civil society first, and then we have the political transition to democracy. Likewise, in our pursuit of transitional justice, we adopt a very similar route. That is, we use patience, with compassion. We understand, I mean, everyone is a victim of a dictatorship. And I think it's with that kind of compassion, we gradually bring in the agenda. So I think we take a longer, more detour, but I think finally you will bear fruit. So for those countries, I think every country is very different because of historical context. We had the luxury to sort of start democratization, but not in a very, very rapid way. It took almost a decade. And we wait until the strongman passed, then we finally achieved. And before his death, he announced that allowed the opposition party to become legitimate. I think patience is something that we have. So there's also the patience we are going to deal with the turbulent international environment nowadays, and build real alliance. And that just like the civil society, normally is women's rights organization, it's about environmentalists, it's about LGBTQ community. They form an alliance. They have a disagreement. So we debate. We use the democracy, a democratic way to achieve democracy. We don't suppress each other's opinion. I mean, that's why, I mean, today's ruling parties, they have different factions, different ideas. It seems to be very chaotic. But that is what we see as the beauty of this. We see the beauty of patience. We see the beauty of going slow. It's okay. As long as you have your vision there, you will achieve your goal. But admittedly, we have a pretty good context and the environment at that time. We are at the almost very end of the third wave of democratization. So we learn from others. We learn from Portugal. We learn from Latin America. We learn from even our neighbor, South Korea. Yes.
Thanks very much. The woman right beside Doken.
Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Ji-Hae Kim. I am from the Asia Pacific Foundation of Canada. Since the theme of this plenum is democracy and justice, my question is about Taiwan and what it can learn from the events following December 3rd martial law in South Korea. So as we've seen in recent days and weeks, there's a surge of actually supporters of President Yoon who are vocal against his impeachment. And in parallel to that, we now see a South Korean constitutional court rushing in with a verdict with a pace and transparency like that's never seen before. And from my understanding, Taiwan also faces similar challenges with government guerrilla, which was actually a backdrop of what happened in South Korea. My question is, how can Taiwan gain in both democracy and justice if something like this were to happen here? Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'll open it up, whoever wants to answer.
We hope not. We hope that our political leaders have the passion. They have their own agenda. I think when President Yoon used the very strong resistance from the parliament as his pretext to announce some very extreme political actions. As I said that we are, as a social scientist, I don't really want to talk about culture, but we do have the experience to become, we always admire the Korean people. They are more forceful. When they seek democratization, they are not like Taiwanese people. We go slow, you know, we don't take it to the street too much. We don't stage too much strikes. We learn from Korea's case examples. We always believe that as a federal democracy, we start our democratization process approximately at the same time. Our democracy is resilient, are both resilient enough. So politicians have to be very patient, but also I think the civil society matter. I think at the end, the civil society is the only guarantor for a healthy democracy. If I may say, again, not in the spirit of our current international environment, but simply by being the first country in Asia to legalize same-sex marriage, you can see that the resilience of our civil society. And this civil society is strong enough and resilient enough to still insist on the very difficult political agenda for the green transition in our energy need. I know many friends told us that you should consider other options, but we still believe and we invest and want to use that to build an industry that is our green energy. So I think that is a demonstration of the strength of Taiwan's civil society. We believe that through our interaction, we always believe in Korean civil society. After all, you are our model. We watch your movie, we copy, we take your repertoire of action. We read your novel. Probably you don't read our novels, but we read your novels about those activists. And there are rumors about how college students quit school or being sort of expelled from school and going to organized labor. That was my dream, but unfortunately I have no chance to realize dream being kicked out of school and become a union, a labor organizer. But still, I mean, you are our model. So please, let's work together and serve as a good example of how resilient we can be.
Nancy, do you think that?
I'm not an expert on South Korea, and but generally, I could be an expert on military coups. I mean, I've experienced one and know what the challenges that are out there. And one of the things, and that goes to, again, like just like all other countries, whether like they're like vulnerable democracies or autocracies, I think one of the dangerous things about having authoritarian regimes is that it immediately makes us fall into the mode of resistance. And resistance is very comfortable. It's a very comfortable place to be because you are just criticizing what's happening, and it is difficult. I mean, like I've experienced it firsthand and paid a very high cost, but you're always like criticizing and defending and showing like the what you're exposed to. The most difficult part is building an alternative that you have, like, it's like you are criticizing the agenda of a certain party or a government. What is our agenda? What are the policies that we are proposing for people, and what alternative vision, what alternative reality are we offering people if they come and join us? Because people can sympathize with you. I mean, like if you're a victim of torture or repression or jail or exclusion, but they will come and join you only when they see that you have an alternative vision and alternative option to offer them than the existing one. And this is the canny way of, I mean, authoritarian regimes, I mean, who try to, I mean, influence, I mean, democratic countries, because they give the illusion of an alternative vision. They give that this is like that narrative that they control, that they show. This is like, oh, here is the alternative. This is why it's not working in your country, because this is that. And I think that, again, like the most strongest line of defense is actually to be internally capable of building something.
Thanks very much. If there's no other questions, I do want to ask Jonas, who worked in D.C. during the first Trump presidency as a Danish diplomat. What's your advice for allies and partners on how to tackle Trump, how to deal with Trump?
Thank you, Stephen, for ending with that one. We should have put Matt more on the spot earlier as well on that, him having served the whole first term in the Trump White House. Keep it transactional, obviously, something that can be sold as a deal, and keep it personal, something where the president feels personally engaged in it, would be another one. But then, of course, I think there's a big difference from the first Trump administration's version of America First to this version here with territorial expansion.
No way. Sorry, Canada just won the game.
Ah, congratulations.
I apologize. That's big news. I apologize.
No,
please forgive the interruption.
I get that for Canadian, that interrupts anything about Trump. It's, of course, a Canadian win. That's it's got to be celebrated firsthand. But yeah, I think those were. I'm happy to continue that conversation over lunch and coffee about how to. I think this will be an ongoing issue for all the countries, particularly Taiwan, of course, also for our Ukrainian friends right now, where we Europeans must do everything we can to sort of step up the support that is likely going to falter from the U.S.
Do we have more questions? Because I have some, if you don't. I wanted to ask Mr. Chen about how you pursue, one of the things that Taiwan is very adamant about is justice in the multilateral sphere. You want to participate in World Health Organization events. You want to be included in the multilateral CPTPP. Yes. We have a president now who wants to withdraw from the World Health Organization. So how do you negotiate these asks when the leader of the free world has no interest in multilateral cooperation, has no interest in the World Health Organization? How do you pivot or change the way you advocate for this kind of representation and membership?
No, we still believe in free trade. We still believe in health for all. That's a spirit. And for that, we want to be part of the World Health Organization and the trade entity. We still want to advocate for that. We want to be part, and we think we believe that we can contribute. Just to add on this issue, I think, as fellow democracy, we should understand there is an obligation for us to show to others that democracy is a better form of governance, alternative. Authoritarianism is not an alternative, even though as attractive as it seems to be. So that's why Fanny and I wrote a small academic article at the turn of the century. It's about how a newly democratized society deals with a disease. There was a SARS, and at that time we saw that as a new democracy we tend to criticize, but not to sort of build. And we are happy to report that this time, during the COVID, Taiwan society finally find a way to deal with the disease. That is, at that time, we feel a strong obligation that we want to show other countries that democracy delivers. Democracy protects your health in a democratic way, not by knocking down everything. We want to be an alternative to Chinese way of dealing with the disease. I think it was with the kind of awareness that our mobile at that time launched a campaign, the Taiwan Can Help. We want to help our friends, allies, and those countries in need to prepare, to be better prepared to protect themselves. I think that, nowadays, if U.S. decided momentarily to take a break from the global democracies, that's all right. I mean, we should pick up the rest. We should feel that obligation to stand for each other, as I mentioned. And we should feel the obligation, feel the duty to demonstrate that democracy is truly a better model. Otherwise, I would not spend my 10 years in Vancouver to study democracy was the best model, and that should be history. I mean, there's a value thing there, although it's not really popular nowadays to speak of that.
Just Nancy had the last word, I think.
No, I was just like, I've been agreeing with you all along and really admiring everything you said, and now I disagree with you about just like, if America wants to take a break from democracy, just let it be. Because it would, everything that the United States does, it will affect, without exaggeration, the entire world. Yes. And there needs to be a counter force to that. And just to give you one example of like how this could affect, I mean, Taiwan and any other countries, like one of the decisions that were made over the past long months since Trump became president is suspending the law that bans Americans from bribing foreign officials. This is sending a dangerous message in two ways. One, it is corrupting, and his claim is actually this has been like so limiting for Americans. It really confines them from their ability to compete. But this is the important part that is very easy also to challenge that, because one of the things that Trump always claims that he's pro-American workers and he's supportive of like all Americans, but having an approach like that does not mean that Americans will be able to be more competitive. It means that only the oligarchs and the elites will be more competitive, and the rest of the Americans will be at disadvantages because they don't have enough means to bribe foreign officials in that way. And on the receiving end, when your foreign officials are finding themselves offered a bribe that is allowed by the United States, it is corrupting, and it is going to send really dangerous messages around the world. So I don't think that is, I mean, I know you said it like half jokingly in that way, but I think this is why we need to stay vigilant about that.
We should stay vigilant. That is mostly from the civil society. I will say the same thing 1 week ago, but because of the role change, I have to be more diplomatic.
I'll take that from you.
I'm still a very strong believer of a civil society.
Absolutely.
And that's why we say, before the previous job, I say, if China wants to invest in the Belt and Road Initiative, let us invest in civil society. Better export, better, stronger transparency, accountability. That is want to build a community leader. And I believe in invest in the young community leader. So that's why and how we help the Pacific Island nations to bring their young people here. We believe they are the future. I believe in America that even though the government says it's okay, or the political leaders say okay, I don't believe that the responsible American, accountable American corporate will do that. And I hope, and I believe that is the case.
All right, let's end it there. We hit a hard stop. Thank you very much, and thanks to the panel. I really appreciate your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, please bring your bags with you at this time. We have a security sweep during the lunch break.
test, 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 microphone test.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. our next plenary session will begin in 5 minutes. Please take your seats at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, please note of a scheduling change for this afternoon. Our final presentation of the day, featuring the Vice President, will begin at 16:20. Our final presentation of the day, featuring the Vice President, will begin at 16:20. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the fourth plenary of the Halifax International Security Forum here in Taipei. I'm Inka Vat. I'm the host of Taiwan Talks. It's a geopolitical talk show in Taiwan. I'm actually standing in for Peter van Praag, so he obviously has big shoes to fill, so bear with me. Our theme in this panel is democracy equals partnership, and I think you'd all agree that these are very interesting times for democratic partnerships. Is a new Trump administration upending traditional thinking about democracy and its partnerships? And what does this mean for our alliances, our strategic cooperation, and our shared global interest? Lots of questions. Let's introduce our panel of esteemed guests. Firstly, we have IRobert Macedoni, who is the Republic of Kosovo Minister of Defense. Welcome, Minister. We have Dr. Tamara Coleman-Witz, who is the National Democratic Institute President in the United States. Welcome, Tamara. And we have, of course, Jack McCain, Blue Sky Vantage CEO in the United States. Welcome, Jack. Okay, so before we get into the questions, I'd like to take a moment to have each of our guests briefly introduce themselves to the audience. So if we could start with Minister Macedoni.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to congratulate Halifax organization for organizing this event here in Taiwan, having in consideration that having these events close to the places where takes part security issue, it's more important than having them maybe in very safe countries, because it's emphasizing the need for more cooperation and more work together. In other words, I am IRobert Macedoni. I started my military career as a freedom fighter, part of Kosovo Liberation Army. I was part of Kosovo Liberation Army together with my wife, which is here, Arbria. And I joined it in 1998, coming as volunteer from Switzerland, where I used to live before started war in Kosovo, and continued my career as a military officer, regular military officer. Most of my education I did in the United States. I did Command and General Staff College and War College there, and 2 master degrees in the US. And also I was part of trainings in other countries, including Japan, when I did one part of my military training. From 8 August 2023, I was appointed as Minister of Defense by our Prime Minister, replaced the minister that resigned from this position. And now I'm in this position and really proud to present my country, which gained independence only 17 years ago and continuing to build democracy in our country. Thank you.
Tamara?
Thank you. Let me say what a genuine pleasure it is to be here on this distinguished panel and to be here on my very first visit to Taiwan. I'm learning a great deal and really appreciating this convening and the conversation that the Halifax Forum has brought together. So I'm the president of the National Democratic Institute, which is a nonpartisan, nonprofit entity based in Washington, D.C. We work in dozens of countries around the world in partnership with our friends in political parties, in parliaments, in civil society. We just celebrated our 25th anniversary in Kosovo, and we're very proud of our partnership with the people of Kosovo and the government there in helping to build Kosovar democracy all these years. We work in a demand-driven way. In other words, we are there to support, to train, to convene our partners all around the world. And so for us, democratic solidarity is a foundational principle. And the freedom of association that is core to democracy is also core to the work that we do around the world. Thank you.
First of all, I wanted to thank Peter for having me. It's a great honor to be sitting on the panel. I sit in the fortunate position of being the least distinguished person on the panel, so glad to make your acquaintance. I also used to teach college-age midshipmen, and I know that the post-lunch period is the hardest one to keep people lively on, so I'll try to keep it lively. I come from a military background. I spent a significant portion of my life as a helicopter pilot in the US Navy. Much of my career spent in Japan, stationed in Guam, Japan, and other areas of the Pacific. I also was fortunate to serve alongside our NATO allies in Afghanistan, teaching the Afghans how to fly the Black Hawk helicopter. So an interesting time to be alive. Now at Blue Sky Vantage, my job is to bring US allies closer together through business. That takes place several continents now. India, Sub-Saharan Africa, spend a significant portion of time in Japan, which I'm very happy for. But the thrust of what we do is to try to find opportunity. Maybe the rate of return isn't the same as you would be if you were purely seeking profit, but to help develop US allies and develop the United States in return through business.
Okay, so I think we all agree a tremendous lineup. Let's now put questions to you all. And what I'd like to cover is both your analysis of what's happening in Washington and Europe, as well as how this relates to Taiwan and Asia. So let's start with Minister. As a European, and I know that you've just come from Munich Security Forum and also the Ukraine dialogue, do you see Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin as forming an alliance? And what does the normalization of US-Russia relations, which is what we understand is happening, mean for democratic alliances like the Transatlantic Alliance, like for NATO and so on?
Thank you so much. I see the relations when democratic countries is doing with any country which is conducting aggressiveness and occupation of other countries. I cannot even call relation and partnership because that doesn't go to each other. Having in consideration that the best and most long-standing partnership is coming when it's tied using values. Because in our history, we saw many times that the partnership based on values lasted long, more time than those that are linked using, we can say, property interest or daily interest. Normally, we see the aggression of Russia and Ukraine as bad precedent that can be followed by other countries also in terms of occupation of others' territory. And as Kosovo, we supported from the beginning Ukraine on their fight for freedom because they are fighting there for freedom. And we as Kosovo know better than anyone else, maybe in Europe, how important is the freedom. So nothing doesn't mean having better life and good life if you don't have freedom. Without freedom, you don't need economic development, and nothing matters more than being free and having right to live as humankind. And this relation, at this moment, I see that it's not going on long-standing peace and security in Europe,
between
on establishing,
the US and Russia.
Yes, at this stage, at this moment, due to the fact that Russia still didn't have lessons learned from the beginning when they did Crimea occupation and other actions that they did. And I see that they will use this us encouragement for continuing with the same actions against other European countries once the momentum for them comes. And it's not the first time in history of the world that this happened. This happened with Hitler before Second World War, when he was tolerated in the beginning and continued later again. And we see the Russian doctrine of making more hegemonic Russia in the world as very dangerous, and I think this kind of relation at this stage was not at the right time.
And Tamara, how do you interpret, the warming ties between the U.S. and Russia, and what's the impact on democratic alliances?
Well, I'm not sure I would say that there are warming ties. I would say that there have been some conversations. But I think that fundamentally what we see in global politics right now is an emergent alliance between autocratic powers who are working to undermine democracy around the world simply for their own aggrandizement, because undermining democratic powers strengthens their own power and influence. That is the fundamental geopolitical challenge. And I think that either you can recognize that reality or you can ignore that reality, but that is what we see going on around the world. So that doesn't mean that there are never areas of cooperation between democratic and non-democratic countries. Of course, there can be areas of tactical cooperation. But NDI, where we work in Latin America, on the African continent, in Europe, in Southeast Asia, in East Asia, in the Indian subcontinent, we see these efforts by the Chinese government, the Chinese Communist Party, by the Russian government, to undermine the faith of citizens in their own democratic politics. And that is the fundamental challenge. That's destabilizing, it provokes insecurity, it impedes cooperation, it impedes the ability of governments to deliver for their people. And it is a fundamental violation of sovereignty, of democratic sovereignty.
And Jack, so the theme of this session is democracy equals partnership. So I'd like to get your thoughts on what it is about democracy that makes it conducive to partnerships in a way that autocracy does not equal partnerships. And the Minister touched on this in terms of the shared values.
Sure. Well, I think it was the general that quoted yesterday what the Churchill, democracy is the worst form of government except all the others. And I think that holds true, because democracy is messy, democracy is difficult, and sometimes we elect interesting people to represent us. That's not a comment on this moment in time, that's just a general arc here. But what a democracy does is it allows representation of the people. It allows for people to create their own freedoms and to develop themselves, whether economically, personally. When autocracies cannot do that by virtue of how they exist. And there's a very prevalent narrative right now that is to the benefit of Russia, to the benefit of China, North Korea, that this messiness inherent in democracy is unstable. And therefore, this form of government is, due to its instability, is not a guarantor of security. And I would counter that, because when I leave my house in the morning, I can fire up my cell phone and I can tweet anything that I want about my government. I can go to a club that has a political interest and be represented there. That type of freedom cannot exist in an authoritarian society. And when we exercise those freedoms, they inherently strengthen the democracy around us. So I would be, if I were Putin, or if I were Xi, or if I were Kim Jong-un, I would be doing everything I could to chip away at those, the view of democracy around the world, to spin the narrative that it's unstable, because that helps me. As you mentioned, that reinforces my worldview, and it makes me a more authoritarian dictator. I want to clearly state, though, that that narrative is not true. That narrative is not only harmful, but when we see it, as we see it every day, social media, television, news, whatever, that we should do everything we can to fight that narrative. Because when we don't push back, it's allowed to become the truth.
I could just get Tamara's thoughts on how prevalent you think that narrative is, how much it is actually sticking globally.
Look, there's no question that democracy around the world has faced challenges in recent years. If you pay attention to Freedom House's global rankings of democracy, you will see we're now more than a dozen years of straight decline in democracy around the world. But I think it is important to recognize the fundamental difference between these systems, which is that democratic societies can face inequality, as Nancy was talking about on the last panel. Democratic societies can face security challenges. Democratic societies can face corrupt leadership, but they have within themselves the ingredients to correct those problems. Autocratic societies do not. Autocratic societies cannot even acknowledge that they have problems with corruption or inequality or a lack of economic growth. And really, the secret ingredient of democracy is its ability to self-correct. Now, that's not an automatic process. That's something that relies on citizens and institutions and the rule of law. And what that means is that we have to nurture, we have to cherish, we have to nurture, we have to constantly cultivate the ability of our democracies to self-correct. But I think one of the problems that we face today in building that democratic solidarity is that each democratic society feels itself, in a way, mired in its own challenges without recognizing the extent to which these challenges are shared. And the response to them can be more effective when we reach across borders and lift each other up. We need to have a little more confidence in what makes democratic systems so innovative, so adaptive, so able to improve themselves over time.
And Minister, I'd like to bring you in. So actually this was something that Tamara mentioned. She asked whether democratic countries, systems can be confident enough in democracy, especially at this point in time. Following Vice President J.D. Vance, U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance's speech at the Munich Security Forum and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's speech to NATO, there is a sense that European leaders feel that they're at a turning point. Do you think that this is true, and whether it expands beyond just Europe? Is it about the world? Is it about democracy in the world?
I think, first of all, it's about interest. Recently, we see the changes in global, we can say, strategic environment by focusing more on interest than in values, and democracy is value. I will just take one example when and where democracy worked the best, and this example is exactly Kosovo. The NATO intervention in Kosovo brought one country which is developing democracy and is becoming the most democratic country in the Western Balkans, according to all evaluation that we had recently. And all, we can say, the attacks and attempts to undermine Kosovo independence was to prove that NATO was wrong when they intervened in Kosovo and to help Kosovo to liberate its, and to build democracy. And this is, I think, what I'm saying this is because the war, we can say, against democracy didn't start now. There are years that many countries are trying to prove that democracy doesn't work. And these countries we know are countries that are upholding autocratic systems. And Kosovo was the place where all these attacks came through it, like, because it was, we can say, the most successful NATO and democratic intervention, military intervention, in order to bring a country that is building democratic society, and it's moving toward economic development also. So Kosovo proves that democracy and economic development are going in parallel and are not having friction with each other. And from Munich conference, what we saw, if we see the speeches that they had, like Vice President, then European Union and China, you can figure out that they are speaking as they do from 3 different planets. And they are confusing that they are living in one planet. And really, what I'm wondering is that this can continue until we have lessons learned from all acts that we are doing today. I believe that this will not last so long because, as I said in the beginning, all this partnership based on interest are alive until interest is alive. And all partnership based on values normally will last more and more long. And I believe that this will be failed, you can say, attempt to undermine democracy because at the end, civilization, like humanity, did a lot of developments today at the stage that it's very hard to come back and to accept something that we passed a long time ago. So economic development, technological development, and many things made the world different. And it's very hard to self-isolate yourself and create partnership with only countries that you are sharing interest at this stage. Where is the world now? You cannot develop your country by basing your partnership with interest when you use technology in our world and you are dependent on every citizen of the world.
Mara, let's move to this part of the world, Taiwan, Asia. So when we look at what's happening in Ukraine, and we see that possibly Ukraine may end up giving up that territory to Russia, which is occupied by Russia, how do you think Taiwan should be looking at that, given Taiwan's under threat from China's expansionism?
Well, look, I think when it comes to the conquest of territory by force, that is a principle that's rejected not only by democratic states, but by all United Nations members. It's a core principle of international relations, and it is one because it's critical to global stability. There were periods in world history when it was perfectly acceptable for governments to go around acquiring territory through conquest. So
how do we reconcile what's happening now?
Yeah, so I think that this underscores that the imperative of supporting Ukraine in its quest to maintain its sovereignty in the face of this Russian aggression, it's not just a question of supporting a fellow democracy, although it is supporting a fellow democracy. It is also supporting a core principle that has been critical to peace, global peace. The fact that Russia overrode that principle, by the way, in Georgia, in Moldova, and then in Ukraine, without pushback, I think has expanded instability, expanded conflict, on the European continent. So to me, that just demonstrates how critical, how fundamental that principle is, whether you're a democracy or not, frankly. And but I think taking off from the minister's comments, you know, one of, for me, the takeaways of this last day of conversation has been how much larger, more well-established democracies have to learn from the experience of smaller democracies. In the previous panel, there was a discussion about whether we should talk about large states and small, or strong states and weak. And we shouldn't assume that small states are weak. Here in East Asia, I think we have seen Taiwan, we've seen the Philippines, subject to this kind of malign Chinese influence, Chinese threats, destabilizing activity for years. And we've also seen, both from governments and from civil society, the development of effective responses. Some of the first innovations to combat malign influence campaigns in the media came from the Philippines, came from Maria Ressa and Rappler, and the work that she has now done to train journalists around the world. So I think that we need to sort of expand our envelope for democratic learning and democratic resilience, and look at the experience of all democratic states in the face of this kind of assault, so that we all learn the lessons that we need to learn to be effective.
Okay. Jack, I do want to come back to China and Xi Jinping. How do you think he is looking at what is happening, the world events, Washington, you know, Moscow? What is he making of this? Does he see it as an opportunity or a threat?
I shudder to try to crawl inside anybody's mind, so I can only suppose from the outside. But if I were Xi, I would be looking at the rhetoric coming out of the United States on all sides, partisanship aside, as an opportunity. Self-isolation isn't the right word, but our current rhetoric is doing a good job of forcing our allies to reassess how they're going to build partnerships in the future. That's an opportunity for Xi to make the case that China is a good partner, especially in Europe. Economically, we can sell you cheap cars, and we can help you solve your infrastructure problems very inexpensively. So it's an incredible opportunity. The U.S. has done great in the space of trying to make up the gap that we have had in the economic development space, especially in Europe, to help kind of remove some of the Chinese influence. We have utterly failed in sub-Saharan Africa to do so. So if I were Xi, I would look at any instability as an opportunity. I think that there's a prevalent logic in Washington that somehow we're going to fracture the relationship that has been built through the Ukraine conflict between China and Russia. Chinese weapons and Chinese tools are making their way to the front in Ukraine. And there's going to be some kind of neo-Sino-Soviet split, Sino-Russia split. I don't think that's going to happen.
Why?
I think that relationship is strong, and of course they share a border, but the US and Europe are not going to fundamentally change. We are not going to cease being democracies, and the fact that we are free societies is a threat to any authoritarian nation. So sure, can we get them to compete on interests or in economic development or business? Absolutely, but it's some grand strategy of having a Sino-Soviet or Sino-Russia split, I think is a bit of a pipe dream. So I would be very pleased if I were Xi right now. I would be very displeased that this forum is taking place in Taiwan. And I would also be very displeased that this is not meant to diminish Taiwan in any way. It's just the relative youth of their democracy. The kids are teaching the parents at this point the strength of the democracy in Taiwan and the messaging that we have seen simply by sitting here at this conference as to the value of a free society is a threat to the Chinese Communist Party and to Russia as well. So I would be displeased that this is happening, but I would see any instability, whether NATO, US, or across our allies, as an opportunity to make the case that, look, we're friends, we can cooperate here.
And Minister, in terms of NATO, do you believe that what's happening, which is essentially the US has said it needs to refocus on the Indo-Pacific, Asia, do you think this actually could be a trigger, or is being a trigger, for greater cohesion and greater strength in Europe?
What I gave the right to this administration in the US, it's that they emphasizing the need for more investment on defense and security in Europe. Maybe I'm coming from that background, but I see that Europe didn't do so much on building their defense capabilities inside of Europe. And depending all the time on US, it didn't work so much on really creating stability in Europe and long-standing peace and security. In this regard, I can really justify the request of Trump administration for more investments in defense. And I can illustrate this today. For example, Kosovo today is building its factory to produce ammunition, and France still doesn't have that. So in all this environment, not building and not investing in defense was, I think, wrong decision from Europe, and especially also in being late and slow on supporting Ukraine. I remember being part of Ukraine Defense Contact Group. I was witness of discussions that we had there, and it was pressure all the time from United States to European countries to support more Ukraine with weapon system and with other needs in order to make Ukraine ready to win the war. And we didn't see so much good movements in the beginning until I think Europe figured out that administration in the US will change. And we see many times in our history, even in Balkans, the slow movements of Europe to solve internal problems, because at the end, all these are internal European problems, we can say. We see also this problem today in Balkans. Today, Western Balkans is not part of European Union, even geographically, it's in the middle of Europe. It's kind of being Kansas out of United States. So that is kind of a living space for uncertainty and insecurity in future. This because of, we can say, bureaucratic approach of European Union toward solving not just security but also other issues. I see that NATO really should have more cohesion. Cohesion is maybe essential element keeping NATO together. But at this moment, with all these changes, having cohesion is possible only if European countries will invest more in defense and taking more responsibility inside of NATO. So we prize in Kosovo a lot United States support, but we really had neglection from European Union on taking its role inside of NATO. And I see the strengthening of military capabilities in Europe as good approach toward having maybe much stronger relations with the United States according to security in Europe, but also globally.
Right. So Tamara had mentioned, if I could stay on, Minister, actually, about small democracies being able to teach large democracies a few lessons. I'm wondering whether Kosovo and Taiwan can deepen their security relationship. there is room, scope for that?
I had the opportunity these days to meet a lot of Taiwan government officials, including Minister of Defense of Taiwan, and we see a lot of opportunities to cooperate together, also in defense part, especially having in consideration that we are facing similar threats, and even we are facing similar and same weapon systems, because Serbia bought a lot of missiles and weapon systems from China, and those systems are just in the border with Kosovo. And having in consideration this, we see that there is opportunity to cooperate a lot with Taiwan, especially, as you mentioned, having in consideration that we are continuing to develop democratic society in our countries, having in consideration that democracy is the best mean, as was mentioned here, to keep stability in the region.
May I actually add something to that? I think that there is a fundamental feature of cooperation between democracies that we really need to have greater appreciation for. And some of what I'm about to say comes from my experience in the State Department in the last administration, working on sanctions enforcement against Russia for its aggression in Ukraine. I was working very closely with countries around the world, with European countries, but with countries in the Middle East and elsewhere, to ensure that the sanctions we were putting on Russia were effective. And you can't do that alone. You need to do that in cooperation. Other parts of the State Department were working very closely with, again, not only European partners, but partners around the world to source ammunition and other supplies that Ukraine needed to fight the Russian invasion. There were others in the US government working with colleagues around the world on seizing Russian assets. There were others who were working together on sealing our own economies against corruption from Russian wealth coming into our countries. We are much more effective doing this when we do it together, and we're able to do it together even on things that get really to the core of our national security, like our defense industrial complex. We can do it because we trust each other. There's a certain level of trust and transparency between democratic governments because our debates are visible. Our decisions are clear, and they come through institutions, so we know that they're not going to change on a dime. And that allows us to cooperate in a much more reliable, effective, long-lasting manner. The Russians and the Chinese have an alliance of convenience right now, in which they're helping each other because it serves each of their own interests. But I have no doubt that occasions will arise when those interests conflict. And when that happens, they will stab each other in the back. The democratic alliances that we have built through decades have a value for each of us and for the collective that we really shouldn't underestimate. So when we look at things like how much European countries spend on defense, or how much Taiwan spends on defense, it's not just a question of hitting a particular target. It's about what's the collective impact that we're able to have when we do this, as you said, Mr. Minister, in a cohesive manner, in a strategic and a planned collaborative manner. I think that the gain from that is going to outweigh anything that you get from a tactical Russian-Chinese partnership.
Interestingly, one of the concepts is for Ukraine to have a collective security guarantee, Jack. And I do understand that the Chinese are considering participation in that. What impact would that have?
A destabilizing one. I think that Chinese participation in any security guarantee with Ukraine would be probably a net negative. You know, it's not fair to say, hey, what's the angle here? But they have done everything they can to ensure that the conflict has not gone cold. They have not been as outright supportive. You know, they're not sending troops like North Korea is. But why do you think North Korea sent troops in the first place? It was, I would bet you, dollars and donuts that it was at the Chinese behest to do so. So I see it very cynically, having spent much of my military career on the other side of this issue. But Chinese cooperation would find some way to leverage their own self-interest and then probably do everything they can to keep the situation as unstable as possible. So I would, if I were European, if I were in NATO leadership, I would not want anything to do with a Chinese security guarantee of Ukraine. So.
All right. I guess, Minister, just to get your final thoughts on that.
I believe that really we should go back to the stage where NATO cooperated together. When United States was leading NATO, but we need more, you can say, European defense development inside of NATO. Otherwise, I don't see that other actors can really support on this, especially China and others that prove that they tend to destabilize more than to stabilize something because it's in their interest normally. And what I see also, maybe this is out of question, but what I see that will jeopardize our future in the world is that this autocracies, that autocratic systems that we have in the world, very soon will evolve to the oligarchic societies. Because autocracy either will produce oligarchs or will end up in democracy or any other system. Because autocracy is based on autocrats that are leading that autocracy. And most probably these autocracies will produce oligarchic systems in the future that will be also something that we have to wonder now.
Is it easier said than done, though, to work together to have a collective agreement? I'll give you one example. So in terms of the peacekeeping force, I believe only the Brits have said that they would be, maybe France as well, willing to actually put troops there. Several other countries have said no.
I think Minister of Defense of Ukraine was very clear in the last meeting. He said, we really don't need democratic countries' troops in Ukraine. We just need support with money, with weapon systems, political and diplomatical support, and we will continue defeating Russians in the Ukraine. So he was very clear on what he was demanding in the last meeting. And I see that at this stage, it's much important to have this cohesion on continuing supporting Ukraine than thinking on deploying any troops, because Ukrainians prove that they are able to fight and to win the war.
Okay, thank you so much to the panel for the questions. We'll see if there's any questions from the audience. Yep, this lady here.
Thank you. My name is Ji-Hae Kim. I am from the Asia Pacific Foundation of Canada, based in Vancouver. My question today is about the panel's theme, partnership. Partnerships are based on shared values, but more often they're based on shared threats. So my question today is, do you think that Taiwan, along with its regional security partners, US and Canada, but also Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines, to name a few, share a level of threat perception that is high enough and focused enough to overcome the discrepancies in the capabilities of these states? Thank you.
Mara, would you like to take that question?
Well, I want to, Dr. Kim, if I can just ask a clarification. Are you talking about a military alliance? Is that where you were going?
Yeah, security.
Okay. I mean, maybe we should address that to the defense experts on the panel.
Maybe Jack, yeah.
I would say that one of the most notable things since the end of World War II happened last year, that Japan, South Korea, and the United States sat down for a trilateral talk. The reason that so much painful history was overcome for that to happen was because of those shared threats. That Chinese action in South China Sea and in the region at large has forced nations that do not necessarily want partnership to come together to combat influence. Australia, an excellent example of, you should be familiar with the scandal that happened in Australia where Chinese were essentially attempting to buy politicians, and it turned the population against China, and now the US is selling Virginia-class submarines to our ally in Australia. So they're doing our work for us, which is great. Now, should this materialize into a security alliance? I'm very pro-security alliance, so I would say yes. I would say that that nations, especially South Korea, Japan, and the Philippines, most notably, are taking the responsibility for their own defense incredibly seriously in ways that some NATO allies are not necessarily doing so. They're forging their own path to confront what they see as a security threat that is existential. I think that the U.S. would do well to continue the partnerships, to continue to strengthen the partnerships that we have, militarily, economically, between our partners in the region, Taiwan included. I think that we may need to reassess our one China policy. I know that's very controversial of me to say out loud, but I think that that policy is schizophrenic at best and would be well to be reevaluated. But at the end of the day, the U.S. doesn't have to live here. That the nations here are in the neighborhood. And so anything that they can do to continue to foster cooperation and more security cooperation together is good for the United States. And the last point that I'll make here is the enforcement of international norms, especially freedom of navigation, are vital to the U.S. as a democracy, but also to the region itself. Norms are like air. When you don't have them, you really miss them. So every single day, we should be doing what we can to reinforce those norms, such as Canada did a week ago by transiting the Taiwan Strait. Long-winded answer, but...
Minister?
Yeah. I think I agree totally because I think need more depth and more close cooperation in terms of defense and security when you have to deal with actors that are ready to conduct aggression. But we don't really see the same level like threat because we had experience from Balkans, former Yugoslavia. Serbia started the war in Slovenia. All other republics knew that something and someday that will happen to them, but we were not able to create this because we didn't see at the same level of threat. And I think because usually we like to take easier path than harder one. But from history, I don't like to rely on analogies, but from history, many times when you have aggressor around you, that aggressor will start occupying and using domino effect with all countries. So I think being together at early stages is better than becoming together when it's very hard to manage the situation.
Okay. Gentleman here.
I'm Nirmal Varma from India. My question is to Dr. Kaufman. You know, there's a growing trend towards what we call illiberal democracies. Where do you place them? You know, a leader is elected by the normal electoral process, often on a majoritarian agenda, and then adopts authoritarian tendencies and fiddles around with institutions. So may I invite your comments on this? What does one do? Where do you grade them?
Yeah, thank you. As I'm sure you're aware, this is an increasingly common phenomenon, right? From my perspective, electoral democracy does not survive unless it operates within a framework of liberal rules. And by liberal rules, I mean things like equality under the law, free speech, freedom of association, free media, right? Those are the elements of a democratic society that keep an elected leader from from expanding their power beyond democratic bounds. Those are the things that keep an elected leader from changing the rules to advantage them so that they never lose a future election, right? So we have to have those liberal rules along with our electoral process. That's the first thing. But the second thing is, I think we can look at some cases, even just in the last year or two, and see how important it is that elections, we all think of elections as the heart of democracy, and they are, but elections bring democratic outcomes when institutions and civil society are working together. So in Guatemala, where you had for a number of years an increasingly corrupt, autocratic, elected leadership that was using the prosecutor general and other tools of the state to disadvantage political opposition, when they had a presidential election and Bernard Arevalo emerged from a multi-candidate process, it took the courts and it took civil society staying in the streets, both of those things together, to see President Arevalo inaugurated, to take power and begin a reform process to repair the damage wrought by that corrupt, autocratic-leaning leadership. You could say the same thing if you think about Senegal, which had elections last year. Macky Sall, former president of Senegal and head of the African Union, was playing with the idea of maybe staying in power past his constitutional term limits. And the Supreme Court, Constitutional Court, ruled that he had to hold a democratic election, and the opposition and civil society mobilized in the streets to reinforce the norm, to your point, of term limits. And it was the two together that led Macky Sall to accept the court decision, hold an election, and peacefully turn over power to the opposition leader who had been in jail 2 weeks beforehand. So my point being that liberal rules aren't self-enforcing, right? What keeps democracies operating is citizens who insist that politicians follow the rules. And that is why ultimately, like my mentor, Madeleine Albright, I'm an optimist about democracy, although as Madeleine would always say, an optimist who worries a lot. But what I see around the world in those cases, in Poland, in Bangladesh, is citizens insisting that the democratic rules be respected, even by people who have been elected over and over and over again. And that's what keeps democracy going.
I think we've got time for one last question. Yep, okay.
Thank you very much. I'm Nabe Watanabe from Sasakawa Peace Foundation, Tokyo, Japan, and appreciated the very good discussion about the partnership for democracy and value. Very hard question is combined with the security. if, for example, the Taiwan or Japan, these democratic countries actually are very critical to the U.S. security, we call the first island chain. If that's going to be the falling under the influence of China, like I would say Finland in Soviet Union, under the Soviet rule, Finlandization. That's actually Japan is seriously try to build up our own capability too. So my question is such kind of things. So how influential, how serious trouble to the Asia Pacific, Indo-Pacific, or all over the world in the democratic value? I'm simple question, but a little bit complicated. Thank you. Anybody?
First of all, I don't ever see the Finlandization of Japan coming to pass. I think that Japan has seen the writing on the wall. We had a conversation a couple of days ago, or yesterday, about, I was in Ishigaki staring at Taiwan a couple of weeks ago. And Japan is very seriously building the civil defense and military capability on that island because of the threat that they perceive from the Chinese. So while I think that and China is facing its own internal issues with demographics, with their economy slowing. They just recently had to juice their economy again to keep it running. So the worry of Finlandization, I don't find to be one that is credible. That does not alleviate the responsibility of Japan, of Taiwan, of the Philippines from providing for their own collective defense and ensuring that they have strong internal democratic norms. The only way that you can counter the Chinese narrative against a free democracy like Japan is to be the exemplar of democracy. And so Japan has an incredibly robust civil society, and I think that they are the exemplar, but that doesn't mean that they shouldn't continue to be.
Okay, that's time up. So I just want to finish by thanking my panel, IRobert, Baccioni, Tamara Coleman-Metz, and Jack McCain. Thank you very much. If you can give them all a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you to you too.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Our next plenary session will begin in 5 minutes. Please take your seats at this time.
Oh, that's great. Who likes to follow the Beatles? I mean, geez. It's like in the old days, no one wanted to follow Otis Redding. But anyway, that was one of my favorite videos from the Halifax last conference in November, so I'm glad they showed that again. My name is Stu Magnuson. I'm the editor-in-chief of National Defense Magazine. Quick plug for the magazine, since it paid for my airfare here. National Defense was founded in 1920, just after World War I. We are almost 105 years old, and it is published by the National Defense Industrial Association, Washington. And just kind of like note for Jack over there, Admiral McCain was a frequent contributor back in the 1960s of his opinions, and he had a lot of them. And so it's available at Barnes & Noble in the United States, but here's the good part. You don't need to buy it or even subscribe to it. It's free online, no paywall, and at nationaldefensemagazine.org. So I hope that little plug was quick and painless. So I was on the airplane thinking about what I'd do in a quick introduction, and I thought I'd be really clever. Since we're in Taiwan, I would bring up that old Chinese curse, "May you live in interesting times." Then I, yesterday, decided maybe I ought to check that out, and I looked on the internet, and according to the World Wide Web, there was never any Chinese curse, "May you live in interesting times." That's a complete myth, apparently. So that kind of ruined my introduction. But I did mention that there was another saying in Chinese that it's better to be a dog in a peaceful time than be a man in a chaotic period. So I think we could all agree that whether it's interesting in the ironic sense of the phrase or chaotic, which seems to be the case, that we are convening here at a very interesting time. So I have a very esteemed panel here to talk about these interesting times. And so here to my right, we have, let me make sure I read this right, Mr. Wang Tingyu.
Yes, I am.
Convener, Foreign Affairs at the National Defense Committee, Taiwan Legislature. Next to him, we have Ambassador Paula Dobriansky, Senior Fellow, Harvard Kennedy School, Belfer Center for Science and International Affairs. And at the end, we have General Wayne Eyre, former Chief of Defense Staff, Canadian Armed Forces. So, this is your kind of last opportunity to ask questions. So I'm going to take a page out of what Steve did earlier and maybe just throw a couple questions out there. And then this is your last chance to ask some questions. A lot of the questions I wrote down have been asked multiple times over the last day and a half. So, but they have not been asked of this panel. But I'll leave that to you, whether you want to continue with some of the threads we've had. So I'm going to leave it a very broad one. We've been here a day and a half, and we've touched on a lot of things that I've already mentioned. So I want to just ask the panelists if there's anything that we haven't touched on, especially for the theme of this panel, security and defense, that you would like to bring up and mention that, we'll just start here with you, Mr. Wang.
Okay, it's so honored to be here. Let me introduce myself first. But the saying you quote is not from Taiwan. We don't say that. We don't say that. Okay. Well, but I still hope you can enjoy the interesting moment in Taiwan. And the longer you stay, I can assure you, you can have a lot wonderful food and beautiful memories here. You got friends here. And I'm the legislator. I saw my colleagues over there. I'm the senior member in Defense and Foreign Affairs and the Intelligence Committee, also chair. In Taiwan, our system is a little bit different with the other countries' parliament. There are only 8 committees in our legislative yuan, our parliament. And my committee includes military issue, defense budget, foreign affairs, intelligence bureau, overseas citizens, and veterans issue here. So I've been to Arizona to see our pilots in Luke Air Force Base. I met Senator McCain over there, and I'm a big fan of him. And so about what we are talking now, let me move back a little bit. When I was young, I served in Air Force, in air cargo, C-130 air cargo. And back then, Taiwan military training program is old-fashioned. It's something learned from Soviet Union. And in Taiwan, especially during 5 decades threat by China, but we don't have a real battle experience. So move faster. When I served in Air Force, when I was in boot camp, I only shoot 6 rounds bullet using my rifle. Then I finished my training program and shift to Air Force. So at that moment, around 1980s, there are more 2.3 million reservists in Taiwan. And enlist military personnel, almost 500,000, but lack of training, lack of modern equipments. We don't have chance to have bilateral or multilateral military exercises. So since President Tsai Ing-wen, when she became our president from 2016, we modernized our military training program. And thanks to our good friends, United States or NATO, we sent 2 battalions to United States since 2023 to take the whole new training program. And we hire a lot of instructors from NATO or from United States come to Taiwan to training our special forces and our Air Force, our Navy, even our rookies, our mandated service young men. So we modernize our training program. We extend our mandated military service time from 4 months to 1 year. And now the rookie in boot camp, they are going to training to use rifles at least 800 rounds during the training session. And when they deploy to different units, there will some specialty exercise training project waiting for them. And we try to modernize our equipment. In asymmetric equipment, that's important. Drones, or we regard submarine as some kind of strategic in asymmetric equipments we are building now. And we try to procure modernized battle tank. Before this year, our battle tank, 60 to 40 years old. It's old, older than my grandpa. And last month, M1A2T shipped to Taiwan. HIMARS come to Taiwan. And I believe the next, this year, F-16V will deploy to Taiwan. So we modernize our equipments, we modernize our training program, and we send our young men and women to United States to join those multi-country military exercise, to learn experience, to know how to communicate with our allies. because in the past, before that, even we got some commitment from our allies, say we have commitment, solid, SAC-like commitment, but commitment cannot do things. We need principles, programs, and a military exercise, and find if that works, then revise it, then exercise it again, then revise it. If we don't have plan, we don't have exercise to verify if that plan works during peacetime, how can we count down we can cooperate and during the worst scenario time? So we emphasize that since last year. And we try to increase our defense budget. From Tsai Ing-wen administration, our former president, our defense budget increased 80%. And I do believe you know this message. Our President William Lai, he will increase our defense budget to higher than 3% of our GDP. And I hope we can convince our opposite parties, our friends in Legislative Yuan. So increase the budget and modernize our equipments, and we conduct new way to train our soldiers. The target, the goal is not only to defeat PLA. In this region, the real enemy is conflict itself. We try to deter war itself because it's our home here. We try to be ready to deter the worst scenario happen, and it's never enough. We were working very hard on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Ambassador. Same question. Anything you want to bring up that hasn't been brought up yet?
Right. Well, thank you. First, let me say, Peter, to you, Peter von Prague, thank you. It's just a real treat to be here, to have Halifax and Taipei. For me personally, I actually visited Taiwan when I was, I think, 19, 20 years old, and I stayed in the old Grand Hotel, not this Grand Hotel. But it's, for me, a real treat being here because of also seeing how Taiwan has evolved over these decades. I'd like to say a number of things about democracy and security. And I'd start with the basic premise that I know all of you know, and you've heard so much about. Democracies don't go to war with one another. And the question is, why is that? The reason is, first, that democracies share common values. It doesn't matter one's history, maybe difference of culture in different regions, but the fact is that there's a sharing of common values. Values of respect for rule of law, for one's sovereignty, one's respect for human rights. Basically, there are rules of the game, and towards that end, there is respect for one another. The second component that I think is important for this concept of democracy and security is the issue of shared goals and priorities. And I've been very struck since I've been here in Taiwan and having the chance to hear a number of the officials speak and hear what they have to say about their goals. And it's been pointed out very clearly, what is it that we share in common? We want stability and security in and throughout the Indo-Pacific. And now I'm just speaking of this part of the world, but it's a shared goal. And for the United States, for those countries here who are like-minded, that's what we are seeking. It's a common goal and one that brings us together. Thirdly, it's interesting to me, but there's been a kind of evolution on the question of alliances and partners. Particularly in this part of the world, I have witnessed over the last, I'd say, decades, really the burgeoning of alliances, not in the traditional sense of NATO, but actually in what one could constitute or consider as flexible alliances around which countries mobilize in support of common goals and priorities. Prime Minister Abe of Japan was the one who initiated the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue in 2007. And he said that Japan, India, US, and Australia must come together to counter Chinese aggression and do this via an annual military exercise, the Malabar exercises. This started and evolved. Admittedly, during these decades, it had some fits and starts. There were some shifts politically during that time. But then it got elevated, actually. During the Trump administration, it got elevated to the ministerial level, and then in the Biden administration, they raised it to the head of state level. And I mention this because actually that framework has been an important framework. We've also seen the rise of AUKUS. Just like the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, AUKUS is also geared towards the preservation of security stability in this region and as a counter to Chinese aggression, as a type of a deterrent. And then the other interesting component is you also have various alliances of which the United States isn't part of. Australia has an alliance with India and Indonesia, actually. And then there are others that have been mentioned. I won't go on. But simply to say that's a third element that I think is important to point out, that there are these arrangements that are galvanized by goals of trying to deter aggressive action, particularly on the part of China. Let me do just a sidebar. There was one of the dinners last night, which was conceived, and the title was NATO in Asia, or Asia in NATO. On the first part, we decided that NATO in Asia, well, NATO has decided to have actually a physical, if you will, presence here in the region as an indicator of its interest in the challenges posed here. That doesn't mean that NATO's mission has changed. No, it's the same. But it does indicate that there's concern, again, about aggressive Chinese behavior. As for the other part of NATO in Asia, Asia in NATO, for that, I think I've answered that. I think right now the region has really looked at these kinds of arrangements that are targeted. They address specific kinds of security concerns, and I think that's a plus. Two last comments, and I'll end. I wanted to mention in this mix that actually, in terms of security, security is not only defined by military power, but I'm going to mention another one that Admiral Mullen, when he was chairman of the Joint Chiefs, focused on. And it was significant that he focused on it. He said, it's not only about military power, but you have to have economic power. And that's something also that I think democracies share together as part of a security and looking at one another. Yes, there's competition, 100%, as we know, and there are ebbs and flows about that. But also there's dialogue, there's discussion about the give and take and how to balance things out. Finally, I would say that in this particular domain, I think another component that's worth highlighting is that, and this was part of a discussion, I think, in the last panel, is the question about what's happening for those that we are up against. Well, it was conceived here. Peter, you conceived it, the CRINCs. I've been using your acronym, and the CRINCs. So the interesting element there is you have the CRINCs, but also the question is looking particularly at China and Russia. I would question, there's that alliance or alignment, if you will, but also, as we know historically, there have been many tensions. I think that there's a kind of endurance among democracies. There might be family fights, as just in any family, but there's a kind of enduring relationship, a kind of bond, a tie, which I don't see among the Krinks.
Thank you. General, over to you. What do you want to talk about that we haven't touched on?
So I want to talk about hockey. How about that game? Yeah, I had to get that out of my system. No, Peter, thank you for the invitation. Thanks for dragging me out of retirement and back to HFX. I've spoken at HISF a few times, and it's a wonderful opportunity. I am not going to be as optimistic as a number have been. In fact, my worldview is a little bit more pessimistic. And I've been saying for a number of years now that we are at a turning point in history. And the way that we're turning doesn't look particularly good, because I think we're moving away from the rules-based international order. You're seeing the norms of that order being eroded all of the time. The norm of territorial sovereignty, the norm of not rattling the saber with nuclear weapons. That order is changing into something else, perhaps another order or perhaps disorder. And what's causing it is a confluence of threats in the security environment, causing a polycrisis almost, with crises stacked upon crises. We see the alignment of the Fab Four, great video, which shows that. We see democracies needing to be more aligned, and wedges being formed between democracies. You know, you factor, or you layer on climate change and what that is causing, and pre-existing fault lines being exacerbated. And then add on a rapid acceleration in technological change, just giving us a whole host of new capabilities to cause problems. So I believe we are in a globally integrated security environment where all aspects of security are closely tied together. Military, economics, information, health, human migration. You know, some of the military capabilities have global reach. You know, think space and cyber. You know, the space enterprise, when I was still in, getting the intelligence briefings on the space threat, that was by far the scariest, and how our global economies are so dependent on that space enterprise and just how fragile it is. So as we go forward, the future is very uncertain. The outcome is very uncertain. Will the rules-based international order survive? Will a liberal order survive? Or are we back to great power politics? You know, the Melian dialogue, if you will. The strong do what they will and the weak do what they must. Are we going to see a fragmentation into regional blocs? Fragmentation of international organizations that have been so powerful since the end of the Second World War? Are we going to see security dilemmas, which will lead to further nuclear proliferation around the world? And all of this, how do we protect democracy? You know, the future scenarios that we can think of, and I got a pretty active imagination in this, as I imagine many of you do, but it all leads to uncertainty. We don't know which way that's going to go, which way the future is going to go. But I do know that one of the hedges against uncertainty is being strong, you know, having hard power, having democracies aligned to the greatest degree possible. You know, just going back to that hard power, and I've seen this around the world, weakness breeds miscalculation. Going back to alliances and friends, our competitive advantage is we have friends. The other side, the Fab Four, they have clients, and there's a fundamental difference in that. Shared values, we have trust, and we got to do all we can to protect that. That's never been so necessary. So in the back room, Stu asked me, and I thought your question was going to come about defense investment. And we've seen some numbers being thrown around, 3%, 4%, 5%. And it's always bad to ask a general if you think we should be investing more. You know, my answer is yes, but to a certain extent. You got to remember why societies were formed, why civilizations were formed, why human communities in prehistory came together, and that was for collective security. And that is the first role of government to this day, is to make sure that their form of government, in our case democracies, can be defended. But it was also mentioned this morning that we come from the rich world, and we take a look at the correlation of national power, the population, the size of the economies. Defense investment has to be in the context of the threat, and to take a look, what is enough? I'm not a fan of a percentage of GDP. That is an input metric. We need to be looking at output metrics. That's readiness and capabilities that those resources provide. And in a threat-based assessment, what readiness and capabilities do we collectively need to be able to address that threat? The challenge is, going back to what I was talking about a little bit earlier, about the fragmentation of democracies, if we go farther apart and we have to go it alone, what we're going to have to spend goes up. And so that speaks to the power of the collective us, of working together, of alliances. It may come up with the questions. I could dive into what Canada is doing about this in terms of where we need to invest, what our geographic focus is on. And I can also dive into military professionalism in a democracy and how some of the challenges we're going to see going forward. But I'll save that for the questions. Thanks.
Well, I'm not going to waste any time. Actually, I wanted to talk about the 3%. Obviously, it was talked about in Halifax in November quite a bit about Canada. Came up quite often, and we have the pledge. Unfortunately, the rhetoric out of the White House now is 5%. So the goals are moving up. When some countries are struggling to get it to 3%, suddenly there's talk about 5%. So yes, first the question is that real? Obviously, Taiwan could never spend as much as China. PRC, it would be, I don't know what the number would be. I'm not a mathematician, I'm a journalist, so. But again, you brought up, are you spending that 3%, 2.5% wisely on the right things? Veterans Affairs is often lumped in there. I don't think people realize that. And you got to take care of your veterans, obviously. But, that's not really same as buying a tank or a jet fighter. So your comment first, Mr. Wong, on the 5%.
If you serve in military, we hope we can get more. But first, we increase our defense budget not because of someone request, based on what we need. This is our country. We manage it. Look at Ukraine. I don't know how many percent they spend on defense, but I do know when the conflict occurred, 37% of GDP. 37. Even we double and double our defense budget, it's still much less than that. So, peace is noble. Peace is much low cost than war. So, when I put my answer to your question, I would like to say how we defend our country and why we have to do this. It's related to the topic today. I'm from south part of Taiwan, Tainan City. It's the first capital in Taiwan. Historical, beautiful, delicious food. Wall Street Journal named my city food museum. If you come to Taiwan, never been to Tainan, south part of Taiwan, it's pity. You gotta come. And all the 5 nano process semiconductor manufactured by TSMC in my city. We dominate 96% in global market share. Okay, my house just across the street is Tainan Air Force Base. I have 3 sons. My youngest one, when he was a kindergarten little boy, in the morning when we ate our breakfast, we can hear the sound like the jet engine noise. Even my son, 5 years old, he knew. Yeah, PLA come to harass our ADIs again in the midnight, in daytime. When we go to school, when we go to work, they come to harass every day. It happens for years, decades. It's our daily life. So when sometimes you come to Taiwan, you think Taiwanese people, maybe they are numb about this. You cannot feel the nervous psychological situation here, but we do know threat is over there. So why we want to protect our country? Under this giant autocracy threat like China, actually it's quite easy and convenient to become another autocracy. When you're under threat, yeah, let's pick one smartest one as a king, lead us to fight against that. But no, Taiwanese people pursuing democracy, sacrifice life, we defeat white terror, and we establish the vibrant, we're proud of that, the democracy in this island country. We want to preserve this system to my son, to my grandson. We want to have our children live in a country has freedom of choice. That's why we spend our money on defense budget. And we will calculate how much we need and using that in the correct way. And now there are 23 million people in this island. If you look at the map, Taiwan plays a very crucial strategic position in first island chain. Whoever control this island, that one can control West Pacific, Philippine Sea. And because we are beautiful, because we are important, we are valuable, so we are living a miserable life under threat for 100 years. So 2.5, 3%, or 5%, we depend on how we spend that. I'm from the ruling party. So my president, these two terms president, Tsai Ing-wen and William Lai, they emphasize to improve the life, the dormitory, the personal individual equipment for our soldiers. We want our soldier to be proud of being a soldier, not a killing machine. You are defending your country. You are protecting your kids, have freedom of choice. That's democracy. If you ask teenagers, ask a college boy, ask them if they want to be annexed by China, they will answer you, no. We don't want to live that way. We don't want to be anything like Hong Kong, anything like Tibet or Uyghurs. So that's a choice. So for now, our GDP, because some of our friends from DC, they like to calculate that. But we spend more on training soldiers to reform our organization in our military unit. Smaller elasticity, higher survival ratio, and our decentralized commanding chain, decentralized communication system, and try to get more equipment can protect our soldiers' life. And we are an island country. If the shortest distance between Taiwan and China is around 150 kilometers away. So when they launch a full-scale invasion toward Taiwan, according to the speed of their fleet, almost 5 hours. And before they put personnel and resources on the ship, on the amphibious assaulting boat, it takes 60 or 100 to 100 days to do the logistics things. So how to delete this threat layer by layers missiles, drones, in asymmetric weapons, and how to make China realize if they dare to launch a full-scale invasion towards Taiwan, they are going to lose a large portion of their soldiers on the sea, and they are going to fail. When they deliver limited personnel to the seashore, we are ready for that. So Taiwanese people is the most kind and peace-loving people in the world. We don't like war, but we are under the curse for decades. Hawaii is too far, China is too close. So we have to protect ourselves. And we will spend our defense budget on personnel, on our how to delete, erase layer by layer when they launch a full-scale invasion, how to improve our communication among units and between Taiwanese military units and our allies. And we want to spend more on bilateral military exercise with our allies. I cannot say which country, but we want to do that. And those signals delivered to Beijing, they will realize if once they make some stupid decision, they are against the democracy union, then maybe we can postpone the conflict occurred until God solve autocracy in China. So, sorry it takes so many time to explain this, but I want to point out one last point. Before 2013, strategy ambiguity provides some kind of convenience to engage China and Taiwan both. But if you look at Ukraine, misjudgment, miscalculation is the potential risk. When you misjudge something, like Putin think he can conquer Ukraine within 72 hours, then he start the war. If Xi Jinping made the same judgment, going to kill global economy. So how to convey clear message to Beijing? Don't do something like that. Otherwise, you will fail, and the price will be your chair, your power. Then we can deter a war. Communists, they don't care about human lives. They don't care about sanction, economic sanction. They don't care about that. The only thing autocracy they care is the king himself. So maybe in diplomatic way can keep vague over ambiguity. But about security, when PLA is too cocky, when Xi Jinping got his third 5 years term, and moving toward the fourth term, he want to be king of that kingdom. No one dared to challenge his opinion. No one dared to provide second opinion to this dictator. Maybe from outside, from those democracies, from United States, can deliver some clear message to Beijing. Then we can deter these aggressive military activities happen every day and lead to the worst scenario. That means human life. We don't want that happen. Thank you.
General, I'll...
May I also answer the question?
Of course,
too? Okay,
sure.
If we go down the line. I just have 3 quick points. The general mentioned the phrase peace through strength, and I think that was important. I worked in the Reagan administration, and that phrase was coined by Ronald Reagan. And it's something that really loomed large then during the heyday of the Cold War, because the argument was, if you are strong militarily, then you are going to be able to have a very strong deterrent, and you are going to be able to preserve peace. And it was the underpinning of our strategy. That has come back in terms of US policy of peace through strength. I wanted to highlight that. Second, your question was, does 5% work? It's worth noting, actually, there are countries that are almost on the verge of this. I go to Poland quite a bit. Poland is at 4.7. Poland has committed absolutely to 5%. Why? Because it's on the front lines there, and it wants to have peace through strength and wants to have a deterrent that it's going to rely on for itself. Interestingly enough, Poland's large. Who's next? Estonia actually is. Lithuania, Greece is also in this upper category. And my third and last point that I'd like to just make, I remember I just went to the Munich Security Conference, a number of us were there. I remember years ago that when he was Secretary of Defense, Jim Mattis was the speaker. And I'll never forget his words and the speech that he gave. He said, look, here, why aren't all of us investing in defense at the level and have fair and level burden sharing, that it's not on the shoulders of just one country? He's referring to the United States. And he said, if you are not investing in your defense, you're telling us that you're not investing in your future generations. I thought that was a core concept relevant to this question about future of countries and what they invest, how they use their monies.
Yeah, ironically, I've heard if you're playing a kind of a fantasy game of Risk, Poland now could ironically probably beat Germany if they were in the attack. Two democracies are not going to attack, but just interesting point. So generally, there's two things there. There's the 5%, and there's also some of Mr. Wang's comments about, you know, if China attacked, they'd have a very bad day. You can comment on either of those or both.
So the question is 5% for what? And so doing that threat-based assessment, what do you need based on your the alliances you were in, your own national position, the threats that you face? Maybe 5% is not enough. But what is enough to deter, and if deterrence fails, to defend you and your allies? I'm about 6 months out of it now, but NATO, over the course of the last number of years, have completely revised their war plans. The DDA family of plans, deterrence and defense in the Euro-Atlantic area, a set of war plans that determines what force structure is required, and from that plan, going to resourcing and assigning each country, each member country, capability targets. And intuitively, I don't know if the calculation has been done, but that would go up to 3.5% to be able to do justice to what is required to defend NATO. Now, I'm not an expert on Taiwan. It would take a lot for an invasion. You know, let's face it, we're looking at a distance 4 times that of the Normandy invasion, rough seas, and not the internal road network that Normandy had. It would be a significant undertaking that with tremendous risk. But going back to strength through power, it's human nature that you don't want to attack a hard target. Yeah, we saw this at the tactical level. I remember in the former Yugoslavia, with the UN flag that we were flying, becoming a target at times until we started shooting back. And then we provided that hard target, and the shots did not come as frequently then. The same in Afghanistan. We rolled out in Kandahar, rolled out the front gate in a strong convoy, showing strength. We were much less likely to be ambushed than some of the less hard targets that were rolling around.
Thank you. We got about 15 minutes. We're going to have a hard stop today. So, Admiral.
I'm Admiral Retired Nirmal Verma, Indian Navy. My question relates to the rule-based international order, which is something which brings predictability between states and a more stable order. If you look back historic, and what's important is that the states need to have a stake in it, particularly the major powers. If you look back in history, then you find that the 1815 Congress of Vienna, post the Napoleonic Wars, when they had this meeting, France, which had laid waste on Europe, was invited and took part in the Congress of Vienna. And the order which came out of it ushered in 100 years of peace in Europe. It didn't happen after First World War. Many believed that there was an opportunity in the post-Cold War period when Soviet Union collapsed, possibly. So my question is, like, today, do we need to have a repeat of the Congress of Vienna where all powers sort of define what they would like out of a new rule-based order and then adhere to it?
I'm looking at you because you mentioned you rules-based order first.
Well, for a simple answer, I would say yes, but getting there far more difficult. You know, so for example, UN Security Council reform. You think you are ever going to have agreement to make it larger? So you've got other powers that could come in that rightly should have a seat at the table. Yeah, I think it's needed, but is there the willpower to be able to do that? I am skeptical.
I'll just add to that. I wanted him to go first because you did reference it in your opening remarks, so as a courtesy to you. But I think that's the point. The point is, we know that players internationally aren't abiding by rules. Let's just take, because we're here in Asia, I don't know any country that doesn't criticize China for not playing by the rules in the trade domain. I mean, just totally. There's the comment always about the reform of the World Trade Organization and how, you know, if you have a country that just doesn't play by the rules, well, how can you have those sitting at the table? Because you'd question, are they ever really going to abide by rules? Tragically, I'd have to question whether that would be doable at this time with those players.
General, you said whether great rivalry, politics started or not. But, Xi Jinping and the Communist Party of China has said by 2049, they want to be #1. Now, Graham Allison, Thucydides' trap, done research and concluded that out of 16 times, 12 times, right, whenever there was great power politics, it's decided through war. So there are 75% chances that there will be war between America and China. Now, Davidson window clearly says that by 2027, China's naval power will be greater than America, and and then they might take some action on Taiwan. So that's been confirmed also by the former CIA director, and many do that. Now, in the last Halifax Security Forum, Senator Risch said that President Trump hates war. He doesn't want to send any American troops anywhere. Now, by 2027, if America doesn't send their troops to Asia, to Taiwan, what will happen?
So the Thucydides trap, very deterministic. The chance of play and probability means that it won't necessarily come to pass, especially if you actively work against it. If you believe that China is set to become the world power or a global power, given its economic challenges, given its demographic challenges, and given all of the other internal challenges it faces, maybe this won't come to pass. That being said, studying Thucydides, using that lens for international relations between nations, very, very valuable to have that historical analogy and to know what to be watching for.
My answer to this, first, Xi Jinping has made some, we name that Xi Jinping's agenda. 2027, that will be PLA 100-year anniversary. And he set up a goal. He wants to establish PLA army as a single superpower in this region. That means can exclude all foreign interference. So based on the goal, they're building destroyers. They are manufacturing a lot of equipments, carriers, and start 2014. They start a long-range joint military exercise to West Pacific. Since then, 2014, PLA using their air force their destroyers go around Taiwan from Myoko Strait, Bessy Channel, to the West Pacific, east side of Taiwan Island. Since then, and now every week they have joint military exercise going down over to the north, go through the Taiwan Strait every week. And 2 days ago, Canadian destroyer go through the Taiwan Strait. China criticized that. You cannot come inside because they want to make Taiwan Strait become inner water. So they have planned on this. So that's Philip Davidson's gap, 6 years. The day he mentioned this is 2027. We don't predict war here. We want to deter it. We want to ease the situation. But we need to notice that once in autocracy system, once the leader set up a goal, the whole army, the whole military, they will put in everything they have. Sometimes they steal money from that program. They put everything in to reach the kind of requirement by the highest super leader. So we notice that we are against this kind, but we don't compete with that. We try to establish in asymmetric capacity and our platform to defend our home. And global atmosphere, international alliance cooperation means a lot to deter this. Otherwise, look at the Philippines. They sent 200 shipboats to harass Philippines EEZ. They shoot 5 missiles toward Japan EEZ. They using the jet to leak the gasoline, harass Australian helicopters. It's not unique incident. In the mindset to PLA, Xi Jinping asked them, prepared to start a war. So they are in the wartime. We are in the peacetime. Different kind of mindset causing different kind of behavior and outcome. So we notice that we need to do our best readiness to deter that. And maybe 2027 is just a year. Maybe it's worse situation happen. We don't know, but we will try our best to stop this kind of situation.
All right, we got time for maybe one, maybe two more, but just real quick. Yep, you got the mic.
Yes.
You got the power.
Thank you. Well, first, and I'm happy to see you, Mr. Wang, and I'm Dolkun Isap, former president of World Economic Congress. We met on the online, but first time. I use this opportunity and express my deeply thankful for you play major role to adopted Uyghur genocide motions at Taiwanese parliament. So thank you very much. And once Xi Jinping said, if we liberate and announce in Taiwan, we should educate Taiwanese people and we should open re-education camp. But most of the world not very take attention for this, but very dangerous word is this. Because today, Chinese Communist Party and hold and the re-education camp, so-called, in the East Turkestan and Xinjiang, 3 million people in the concentration camp, so-called re-education camp. 1 million Tibetan children in the boarding school. Hong Kong's democracy is over, and Hong Kong actors. Yes. So it is why I'm saying this. So entire world just watch it. So just condemning is good, but before this evil, do something should prevent, preparation for prevent this dangerous. No, in the Taiwan sovereignty is under dangerous. So yeah, is budget for the defense increasing is good, but I believe it's not only this defense budget not used as buying a weapon or industry, developed industry, and also educated people. How is it? I believe no quite high number of the Taiwanese young generation, particularly support of Kuomintang, still not really realize how dangerous Chinese Communist Party. So, do you think the whole preparation of the Taiwanese young generation, and I think it is a time Tibetan, Uyghur, Hong Kong, we have a good experience. No one.
We need a question.
Yeah, but just 1 second.
All right, we need a question
Okay.
if you want an
so
answer.
it is do you think it is a good time? Is there more cooperation, Tibetan, Uyghurs, and Hong Kong, because we had more experience, we understand much more than other of the security phase.
Okay.
So do you have any preparation, cooperate together, not only educate Tibetan, Taiwanese young generation to outside of Taiwan, in the globally, and they really told the true face of the CCP?
Thank you. You got 30 seconds. No, I'm kidding. You
The
probably have
answer is
about 2 minutes.
The answer is yes. I'm the former chair of Human Rights Committee, and Fan Yun, the legislator Fan, she is the current chair of Human Rights Committee. Yes, we have to do that, but it's not because of try to defend Taiwan or not. It's human rights. Democracy is supposed to do that. We will do that.
Okay, thank you to my panel. Like I said, we got a hard stop, but the good news is conference is ending. We have a lot of time for discussion and questions off the record later this evening. So again, thank you to the panel, and thank you again to Peter. And that's that.
Hello, everyone. Hello. My name is JJ Omojua from Nigeria. I feel privileged to introduce one of my favorite leaders. The New York Times described her as one of the most influential ambassadors in Washington. And indeed, her past role in the US won Taiwan friends and admirers across the aisle. However, today, she has an even more important job, which is to work with President Lai Ching there to defend Taiwan's democracy amidst the many threats it faces. Vice President Tsao comes from a unique upbringing in terms of family, career, and politics. Born in Japan, she grew up in Tainan, and we heard all about how beautiful Tainan is in southern Taiwan before moving to the US, where she graduated from Columbia University. She returned to Taiwan in 1996, prior to Taiwan's first ever democratic elections for president. She served in both foreign affairs and as an elected member of the legislature, having seen Taiwan's politics from both abroad and the grassroots. She navigated Taiwan's relationship with the United States during President Trump's first term, and later during the Biden administration, where she won praise from across the aisle for her professionalism, candor, and expertise. And in 2023, I understand with a bit of personal sacrifice, she returned to Taiwan as President Lai Ching-te's running mate, winning a historic third term for the DPP. Friends and allies, let me welcome Vice President Tsao.
Thank you, JJ, for the introduction. And thank you, Peter, for bringing this event to Taiwan. Thanks to the sponsors and all the distinguished participants. And by the way, as on my way walking in with Peter, I originally had a Canadian maple leaf pin, but with his advice, I exchanged it for a bubble tea, an emblem of Taiwanese hospitality. But I'm pleased to welcome all of you here, and certainly honored to have the opportunity to say a few words in closing at the 2025 Halifax Taipei Forum. I see many friendly and familiar faces, and I want to thank you for your presence here, which demonstrates a shared interest in global security that is also grounded in our shared values. This event marks the first time that Halifax Forum has been held in Taiwan, and this not only represents the international community's recognition of Taiwan's efforts towards democracy, freedom, and peace in the Indo-Pacific region and beyond, but it also bestows upon Taiwan an even greater responsibility in safeguarding these values. We're gathered here at a critical moment in the global geopolitical environment with some fundamental consistencies, but also dramatic and rapidly changing variables. The challenge for me to close this particular event, in addition to trying to avoid being too repetitive on what has already been said here, including by President Lai yesterday, is to frame a very in-depth discussions that you have had and incorporating the very complicated strands of global challenges we face today into a very short 5-minute address. That's the challenge. But although unfortunately I haven't been able to personally attend and join the full discussions here over the past couple days, I note that the topics and the agenda covers how democracy brings opportunity, resilience, justice, partnership, and security. The agenda of this event, in the context of today's geopolitical environment, seems to bring us to a convergence on the need to frame a shared effort, and for now, let me call that effort values-guided realism. Essentially, I want to highlight that values do matter. As leaders, practitioners, and policymakers in global security, we do believe in the inherent supremacy of democracy as a system of government that empowers humanity to strive for peace. But at the same time, we must be clear-eyed, calculating, and realistic when it comes to effectively optimizing the tools to counter totalitarianism and aggression. Every day, tragedies of war and conflict around the world remind us that we cannot be complacent and we cannot take peace for granted. There is much work to be done, and there is an urgency for action. This is exactly why President Lai has proposed the concept of 4 pillars of peace, which focuses on strengthening Taiwan's defense, building economic security, enhancing partnerships with democratic nations, and exercising steady and principled leadership in cross-strait relations. Putting these pillars into action, Taiwan has sought to steadily increase our defense budget and implement a series of defense reforms across the board. Among them are efforts such as enhanced professional, conscription, and reservist training, prioritizing asymmetric acquisitions in our platforms, and setting up a Defense Innovation Office to leverage our people's innovation, technological, and industrial output capabilities for national security. To be clear, we are facing increasingly sophisticated and intensifying hybrid threats toward our democracy from the CCP and PLA, in addition to daily incursions, which are dangerous in the aerial and naval domains into the Taiwan Strait, across the Taiwan Strait median line and into our ADIZ that poses threats to our security, we are dealing with daily cyber attacks, cognitive warfare, and diplomatic bullying aimed at compromising our economic and political security and undermining public confidence in democracy. Hybrid threats warrant hybrid solutions. And we know that there is no better deterrent to aggression than our own society's heightened commitment to self-defense. As he stated yesterday, President Lai has taken an initiative to expand stakeholder contributions to our country's resilience by establishing and personally leading a committee called the Whole of Society Defense and Resilience Committee. This initiative aims to fortify our country's energy, cyber, financial, communications, and infrastructure resilience, and assess the requirements for medical and food stockpiles. While Taiwan is no stranger to natural disasters, such as earthquakes and typhoons, we understand the need to support enhanced training for civic defense and relief organizations. Furthermore, seeing economic resilience as an integral part of our national security, this administration has highlighted its promotion of trusted industries, or industries that thrive on trust and reliability for their success. Among them are semiconductors, AI, next generation communications, defense, and security industries. We stand ready to partner with like-minded societies in all of these areas, contributing to global technological advances and prosperity. In today's complicated global security environment, history's evolution brings us to the front lines of defending our values and these interests. In my own political, where I've seen and experienced lots of ups and downs, I don't think there's been a moment like this when I've felt such a profound impact from global events afar, with such dramatic fluctuations between crisis and opportunity in the world around us. In our language, we speak of crisis as associated with opportunities, or wei and ji. So it may sound cliche, but I've frequently spoken of adopting tactical lessons from my feline friends, or a survival necessity of nimbleness as we navigate the global strategic complexities and challenges. In other words, we need to be able to occasionally camouflage in shadows, but also jump several times our own height. We need to tread softly and cuddly, but with our claws sharpened and prepared for a good defense, and to further hunt and pounce on opportunities of prey. In relative terms, Taiwan may be a small country, and yet our people's diligence, innovation, and resilience have enabled us to punch above our weight as a force for good and progress in the world. We are all too familiar with asymmetry, so it shouldn't come as a surprise that as countries around the world are pursuing their respective courses for greatness, Taiwan also seeks to be strong at great. Taiwan's strength, let me emphasize, is not a diplomatic marketing ad. It is a realistic and indispensable requirement for sustaining peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific. In other words, an investment in Taiwan's strength is an investment in peace. So since we are at the Halifax Forum, let me close by paraphrasing something I heard from a visiting Canadian senator yesterday, a Canadian. and apply it as a message that is also very much relevant for Taiwan. That is, one must not mistaken our people's humility and friendliness for weakness. In our concept of values-guided realism, we are committed to upholding democracy and freedom, and we are determined to partner with like-minded friends to maintain peace by building strength together. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our official programming at HFX Taipei. Please note the first bus for the gala dinner will leave.